Good afternoon and welcome to the City Council meeting for Tuesday, April 29th. And I'll turn to the Madam City Clerk for a roll call.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Campbell?
Present.
Councillor Carlson?
Present.
Councillor Crowson?
Present.
Councillor Middleton Hope?
Present.
Councillor Parker? Councillor Schmidt-Rumpel?
Here.
Acting Mayor Palladino?
Here.
Mayor Dodick is not present for this meeting, and Mayor Higgin.
Present.
Thank you.
And if we, in light of what's just happened a few days ago, we, of course, mourn with the Filipino community. And as we reflect on the horrific and tragic incident that happened in Vancouver at the Filipino Lapu-Lapu Festival, I'd like to just have a few moments of silence. Thank you. Let's start off with the acknowledgement statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and have made Lethbridge their home. So starting with recognitions, to my far right, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Perhaps you could come back to me later.
Too many things. Councillor Crowson.
Being the first, many of these things I'm mentioning, a lot of us were at. So several of us were at the groundbreaking for the Lethbridge, Alberta Temple on Saturday. Yesterday, we were at National Volunteer Week, the flag raising and the luncheon here, as well as the National Day of Mourning, which recognizes those who've lost their lives at work and recommits us to ensuring that all staff get home safely. I also want to make mention also on Saturday was the Independent Bookstore Day. Downtown was hopping. It was the perfect excuse to buy more books because I need an excuse to buy more books. But of course, it was wonderful to see so many people out and about. The tourism AGM was about a week and a half ago, and I thank everybody at Lethbridge Tourism for the meeting and for all the information they provided. And I also want to mention the Peak Elite Cheerleading. Their U17 Level 1 team won the World Championship at the 2025 All-Star World Championship in Orlando, while Level 2 finished 4th out of 43 teams in their division. Absolutely incredible what those youth age 12 to 16 achieved. And so much is going on, but one of the things people might want to look forward to this next weekend is Jane's Walk, May 2nd to 4th. There will be all sorts of walks around the community. Some are doing bike rides, different things to get to know the community. I'll be leading one on Sunday afternoon from 1 to 3. I wanted to call it Get Off Your Phones and Get Back to Real Life, but it's called Together We're More Amazing, and it's about groups that have historically and are today helping to build a better community, to encourage people to become part of leagues, clubs, societies, and to get out and about in our community. So much has happened and so much is happening, and I am sure there are many more things happening in the next little while, but that's where I'll stop my list.
Yes, you're right. This last couple of weeks, it seems like springtime, and in the fall, it's as busy as it is. So next, Councillor Palladino.
I have nothing, Mr. Mayor.
Already been talked about, right? Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been so busy every weekend for the last almost a month, it feels like. I'm always out of town. But one event I really wish I could have attended was the sod turning for the LDS Temple. That is exciting. And I know how excited not only is the LDS community, but the whole community as a whole has been. I know that was kind of like, where's it going to go? And I think a lot of us were approached over the last year or year and a half, where's the new temple going to go? But from what I could be mistaken, I believe there's only 2 temples being built. That was announced back, I think, last year, and so I probably missed it, of course, at the sod turning. But that's a huge moment for the City of Lethbridge and for the LDS community, and so I just want to congratulate them and wish them all the best. On a second note, I just want to recognize the passing, of course, Pope Francis, and to our Catholic community. It's amazing after someone passes away how much you learn about a pope, especially if you're not Catholic. But with all the memes and all that, you just realize how much of a presence and how much impact he had, not only within the Catholic community, but in the world. And so our thoughts and, of course, my prayers are with our Catholic community and the world in general, because it is a significant event. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. All right, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, so many things that have occurred in the last little while, and congratulations to the community for showing up for all of these. Like, I think there's about 3 or 4 events that took place, and they were all sold out, and so money was raised for lots of great things. So I'm just going to look forward to some stuff. Brent Butt, who you will remember from Corner Gas, he's coming to be the commencement speaker at the University of Lethbridge on May the 30th. He is also receiving his first ever honorary degree, which is really cool. But what's even cooler is that he has agreed to put on a benefit comedy show before that. It's going to be held at the Yates on May the 25th, and proceeds are going for Food for Thought, which is a campus program that provides food supports for students in need at the U of L. So that's wonderful for him to get the honor, but also that he's actually doing something to give back to the community. Also, don't forget, Reuse Rendezvous is coming up May the 10th. So if you got stuff that you don't like, but some people might like it, just put it out on your front lawn, put a sign that says for free. I know my wife always puts me out on the street every year. I've been able to get back. And also, Rita's Run is coming up May the 10th. This is an annual event, and also raises money for mental health. So those are mine.
Awesome. Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think all of mine have been covered. First, I would like to thank you for taking a moment this morning or this afternoon to honor the folks that were victim of the Lapu Lapu Festival. It was terrible. I've got lots of friends in the Filipino community in Lethbridge, and they will really appreciate you taking a moment. So thank you. I don't know if anyone watched, but we had an election in Canada last night. I just want to extend congratulations to everyone who put their name forward across this country. I think all of us around the table know that that's always a scary endeavor. You have to put yourself out there. Folks did it. They did it because we are Canadians with grace and dignity, and most importantly, kindness. And I just want to thank everyone who put their name forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And to continue on with Councillor Carlson's conversation about the federal election, I would like to thank the voters who came out to cast a ballot, because that really is the most important job in any election. So thank you to everybody who came out and voted. Congratulations to Lethbridge Family Services as well as to Norbridge. Both of those groups held 2 very successful galas this weekend. Lethbridge Family Services held the Spring to Light Benefit Gala, and Norbridge held the Under the Northern Lights Gala. A number of us were at both of those, so both were very successful fundraising for those organizations' future plans. So those were both great to attend. And also congratulations to Economic Development Lethbridge on the funding support it received from the Government of Alberta's Northern and Regional Economic Development Program. That will explore the creation of a creative industries hub in Southwest Alberta. The feasibility study is supported by 16 community and industry partners. It will evaluate the potential for a regional hub that supports growth in film, digital media, esports, and game development. And further to that, thank you for the Government of Alberta for its support of the creative industries in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Yes, and I was just reminded by my colleague about the provincial government's funding for the agricultural societies, about $7.6 million to the province, of which a portion of that will be coming to our agricultural society. Second, thank you very much to my colleagues for mentioning things like the Lethbridge Family Services and the Norbridge galas. They were fantastic. Rick Mercer was humorous as always at the LFS Spring to Light Benefit Gala. One that people did not mention was the 14th annual Epic Day at the exhibition, which was an opportunity for businesses and organizations to showcase to young students, mostly high school students, what they had to offer. So everything from welding to painting your nails to policing and everything in between was showcased on behalf of these young students. It was really well attended. It's their 14th annual, and I would certainly encourage others who have young families to send their kids to these events, because this is a great opportunity for them to have a look and see what they might want to do with their futures. That's it.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And this is the thing about going last, is I think everybody's pretty much covered it. The temple, my goodness, from the Yeah, from the LDS Church and the ground sod turning there to, yes, the passing of the Pope and to the Catholic community here in Lethbridge and around the world. Our hearts go out to each and every one of them. The two galas this weekend, LFS Gala, the Lethbridge Family Services, and the Norbridge Seniors. This is ways, as we go through and we get folks come forward and asking for dollars from, that come from the coffers or come from taxation. It's always a pleasure to see groups out there that are actually pounding the pavement, working on getting their fundraising and doing all they can to be able to help support their organizations. And so that falls less on, of course, the ask coming to council. So I extend a huge thank to all of those. There's a huge one. My gosh, Hurricanes. You see us, we're all sitting up here with our Hurricanes jerseys on, and here it is, the third round of the playoffs, and it's extremely exciting. I know I've got a bet out there with the mayor of Medicine Hat, and I don't want to be wearing a Tigers jersey here at an upcoming council meeting, and so, but you haven't lost until you lost at home, and so we're down 2. And tonight is the first game 3. We're first in Lethbridge, and tomorrow night will be game 3 and 4 tonight and tomorrow. So I encourage you, if you haven't already, or if there's still tickets available, get out and support the Hurricanes. It's some incredible hockey. It's absolutely a pleasure to watch and to be in this series. It's a tough team. Medicine Hat has got a first-round draft pick and #1 draft pick, and he is ripping it up pretty good, as they may say, but Lethbridge will be there to answer, and that'll be tonight and tomorrow night. And last off, I do want to mention the election as well. Congratulations to anyone who lets their name stand. I was watching last night as it's going through the update of the elections, and a comment came from one of the hosts that anybody who runs for office now compared to years ago, it's different. It's much different. It's challenging, but we realize that, and we're sitting around here because we're up for the challenge. But just to understand that it's not like it was many years ago, and we find ourselves always in situations where we might not have I shouldn't say might not, we won't have everybody's support with some decisions that are made, but understand that we're trying to do the best for our community. So as you see who's been elected here last night, we will work with any government. That's the benefit of being a municipal government. We don't have partisan sides. We shouldn't have partisan sides. We'll work with any government, and we'll advocate for the best of our community. So congratulations to all who let their names stand. And sorry, one last thing that's of very importance here. There will be a Filipino vigil here at City Hall this Thursday at 6 p.m. If you're able to make it, I would encourage you to come out and stand with those in the Filipino community. I know we've got a very large population of community folks within Lethbridge, and I had the opportunity to speak numerous times with leaders from the Filipino community over this past weekend with the events that took place. And again, our hearts go out to them, and we stand with you all, and we look forward to being with you on this Thursday evening at 6 p.m. So just to put that out there. And with that, we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda. I have a resolution from Acting Mayor Palladino. Be it resolved that the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on April 29th, 2025 be adopted as amended to include item. Proposed urgent business item 4.3.2, recommendation of Audit Standing Policy Committee 2024 City of Lethbridge Annual Report. Is there anything else, Madam City Clerk, that needs to be added?
No, that's it.
All right. Acting Mayor Palladino.
Oh, maybe I,
Call for the vote.
sorry, I do. I apologize.
Oh.
I do. Let me find my notes. For confidential item 14.1, which is the LDE, the Lethbridge and District, let me read the title properly, sorry. Lethbridge and District Exhibition Release of Confidential Information, 14.1. We have 2 attachments that we need to update. Attachment 21 will have a new revised attachment, and attachment 22 will be a new attachment. It was listed in your report, but the attachment wasn't there.
So So in addition to those one change and one addition, Acting Mayor Middleton, Acting Mayor Palladino.
Do I look like him? With those changes, then we can move towards adoption of the agenda.
Okay, question been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And I have a motion from Acting Mayor Palladino, consent agenda. Be it resolved that the minutes of the following meetings of City Council be approved and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign the same. City Council meeting from April the 15th, 2025. Further be resolved that City Council receive for information the status of directed resolutions for April 29th, 2025. And further be resolved that City Council approve the recommendations contained within the following Standing Policy Committee reports. 4.3.1, recommendation of Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, YQL Neighborhoods. Be it resolved that City Council directed the letter of support for the League of YQL Neighborhoods be provided by the City of Lethbridge. 4.3.2, recommendation of Audit Standing Policy Committee 2024 Annual Report. Be it resolved that City Council approve the 2024 City of Lethbridge Annual Report as provided in Attachment 1. And 4.3.3, 14.5, recommendation of Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, Development-Based Incentives. Be it resolved that City Council direct administration to proceed with the confidential recommendation number 1 provided in the confidential report, and number 2, direct administration to proceed with the confidential recommendation number 2 provided in the confidential report with information to be disclosed at the May 8th, 2025 public meeting of Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee. Further be resolved, the City Council direct that the confidential report, presentation, and discussion with respect to the development-based incentives update remain confidential pursuant to Section 23, Local Public Body Confidences, 24, Advice from Officials, and 25, Economic and Other Interests of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. I had heard that there was some items may be removed from the consent agenda, and Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Just actually a couple of questions, if I might, not to have them removed. But on 4.3.1, the letter of support for the League of YQL Neighborhoods be provided by the City of Lethbridge. Who will that letter be directed to? Because it's my understanding that we don't write just blanket letters of support for organizations. So is there any women in particular that this will be directed to?
All right, look at our city manager as designate. If you know the answer. Oh, actually, Councillor Carlson, if you have.
Thank you. I believe the letter of support that they requested was around grants, provincial grants that they're applying for. It was my understanding, so I believe that was the request, that it be around their ability to fundraise. But I think a generic letter of support would be helpful, just to say that council did meet with the group. We support their initiatives. One of the things they're trying to fundraise for, if I recall correctly, is a truck, not a truck, what do you call it? A trailer, thank you. A trailer to do barbecues, block parties, picnics, those things. And so I think it's for the provincial capital grant.
Okay,
fund.
but so it's for a specific grant then?
I don't believe they actually said the specific grant. They just asked if they could have our support for their initiatives.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then just on the status of directed resolutions, today at the closed session, we have coming back to us an agenda item, just pulling it out, heavy industrial land and commercial land report back from administrative inquiry on June 11th. That was actually also in response to an item that is on the status of directed resolutions. And that was supposed to come back to assets and infrastructure. So I'm just wondering process on that, because the report was supposed to come back to assets and infrastructure, but it's not coming back to assets and infrastructure. It's now coming back to council. So is there anything we need to do process-wise, or just because it's not coming back to what we had on the status of directed resolutions?
If council would like it directed to assets and infrastructure, they can do that during that item publicly. All of council is here with that item, so it's up to you whether you want it to go to SPC.
So we can discuss that then.
It is a closed item.
Okay, thank you.
And a question I'd have, and it's I don't know how much can be discussed with this, but I'm looking at 4.3.3, and so the direction to administration to proceed with the recommendation number 1, and then also to proceed with the confidential recommendation number 2 provided in the report. It's going to be coming back and disclosed at the May 8th meeting. At that time, can questions be asked? Because I do have a few questions about that particular resolution coming from, or recommendation coming from Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee. So it will come back on May the 8th. Is there an opportunity at that time, or is it said, deal, sealed, and done if this is approved today? 4.3.3, 14.5, recommendation of Economic and Finance. This is for the yeah, I can't get a lot of information on it, but.
DBI?
Yeah, yeah, the DDI. The DBI, the Development-Based Incentives.
I do believe May 8th it's coming publicly. I'll give Daryl a...
But is that the time that, if it's approved now, is there ability to still have the conversations at the May 8th meeting? Because I know I'm just wondering how that will work.
So I believe what's on consent is just information that's coming forward from closed to closed on consent here. Anyways, regardless, on May 8th, from the point of view of what we're bringing forward is the actual policy for discussion, that would go to a council meeting subsequently after that for approval.
Perfect, that answers my question. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have our annual report as part of the consent agenda. Audit Committee did meet last week to go through this. I just was wondering, many of my colleagues couldn't be at that meeting. We had quite a thorough discussion with Mr. Matthews and his team and our auditors and their team. But I'm just wondering if there's any questions from my colleagues around the annual report. Excellent. It's a very thorough read, or it's a very thorough report. And I've got to say, Mr. Mayor, very pleased you got your message down to a page. Mr. Matthews, 11 pages, I believe. But I would like to just say to the community that the annual report is basically a picture of how we performed financially last year. It was a challenging year, as I know all my colleagues will understand, but we managed to navigate it quite well. Mr. Matthews' report, it is lengthy, but it's a good read for anyone interested in how the corporation, the City of Lethbridge Corporation, has performed. I'd also just say that you could just read Mr. Matthews' report. It's a great summary, but also the appendices are a very nice snapshot of how our community performed over the last year and some of the highlights and challenges and successes. So all in all, a very excellent report. Audit Committee did go through it in great detail. I trust my colleagues did, or else we would have had a lot of questions today. I just wanted to make sure that the public knows that it's now available, or will be available after this meeting, and it's an excellent read for any members of the public who are interested. Thank you.
And if you want a quicker read, you could read my paragraph, yes. Right? That's it? All right. Thank you, Councillor Carlson. All right, any more questions on the consent agenda? Seeing none, Acting Mayor Palladino. Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Move on to notice of motion from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. I'll read through it and then open it up for questions. And so from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel and Councillor Parker, notice of motion, Southern Alberta Crime Stoppers funding. Whereas at the February 11th, 2025 meeting, City Council referred a question from the Southern Alberta Crime Stoppers for funding to the Lethbridge Police Commission. And whereas City Council received correspondence from the Lethbridge Police Commission on February 26, 2025, declining to fund the request. And whereas the Southern Alberta Crime Stoppers is still requesting the allocation of the requested $10,000, and whereas at the February 11th, 2025 meeting, City Council defeated a motion to refer this matter back to Council should the Lethbridge Police Commission decline funding. and therefore be it resolved the City Council rescind the defeated decision from February 11th, 2025 as outlined below. Be it resolved that this matter be referred to City Council if the Lethbridge Police Commission determines not to allocate the requested funds. And further be resolved that City Council provide one-time funding for the 2025 to the Southern Alberta Crime Stoppers of $10,000 funded from council contingencies. And Madam City Clerk, my first question would be, does this require a 2/3 vote?
Yes, it does require a 2/3 vote, so 8 people here today would require 6.
All right, I'll turn that time now over for questions and start with Councillor Middleton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I guess it might as well be directed, I guess, to the movers. So this is a Southern Alberta program. It's been in operation for more than 30 years. It's an incredibly worthwhile program. However, I have some concerns that both the Police Commission and the Police Service have declined to support this initiative financially and have kicked this back to the city. So my question then to the movers are, to what extent has Taber, the RCMP, the Blood Tribe Police Service been consulted about funding this program and providing badly needed funding for it instead of simply relying on the city of Lethbridge to pony up the full amount? It's an incredibly worthwhile program, but even our own police service has declined providing funding, which causes me some concern. So my question then is, why should the city be solely responsible for funding this program?
Thank you, Councillor Middleton Hope. So I can start this off. We do have a representative from Crime Stoppers here today who can answer some of your questions. Mr. Lieblich is here to answer some of the questions with regards to fundraising. As far as the Lethbridge Police Commission and Lethbridge Police Service declining the funding request, that is because we are full to capacity in what we can spend right now. So sitting on the commission, we are now fully staffed. We've got some other expenditures coming down, and this no longer fit within the police services budget. So we were unable to fund it at this time.
And just a question, if there's questions, I'll have to turn to my colleagues if it's okay to ask questions from someone in the public, or is everyone fine? Okay, first of all, we'll go to Councillor Parker, and if there's any questions, Councillor Middleton Hope, do you still have some after to ask?
No, I've been clear.
Well, I think the questions should be asked.
Okay. So, Councillor Parker?
I shouldn't be in the...
Oh, sorry,
I'll go in
Councillor
the queue at the
Campbell
right
is
time.
next. Just 1 sec. There you go.
Since you mentioned that our representative is from Crime Stoppers, I would like to ask, what initiatives have they been trying? Like, are you trying to do some fundraising on your own? Is the question, or
So-
wherever you are.
Please, yeah, just come to the microphone there. Thank you.
That's mainly. I was just wondering. I mean, have you been trying to?
To address the question specifically, we have initiated conversations with Taber to get into the funding and or sponsorship, but I will say that from a 2024 perspective, the Taber tips that came in made up 1% of the total. And I'll also say that part of the reason we are Lethbridge focused and working with Lethbridge Police as an example is that 85% of the recoveries, when we're talking about drugs or property or money, anything related to crime, 85% of that is also Lethbridge specific. So the majority of our focus is based in the city and action in the city and impact in the city, which is the primary reason for this request. So yes, we do work with Blood Tribe. They have committed funding for the P3 license as an example, so they have done that. We are talking to Taber. We are in the process of trying to figure out what's happening with Medicine Hat, because that's a bit of a gray area. They used to have a chapter, they don't anymore. So there are 9 initiatives, Councillor Campbell, to address your point, that we have undertaken to raise funds outside of this request with the city. So we have put in a community foundation grant application. We have worked with 100 Women Who Care. We have presented to them. We are working with BNI as an example. We have multiple fundraising initiatives available. If you take a look at the game tonight, and Mayor Higgin, I pointed it out to you just in our casual conversation, but part of the reason we've done a business community campaign, sending out 2,600 letters to the community, the business community in Lethbridge, putting up the sign at the Lethbridge arena when we had the ability to do some with some grant funding that the Alberta Crime Stoppers Board had received. All of that is about awareness and engagement, and our radio spots, our letter to the communities were all about the need for fundraising as well. So we have added an additional private sponsor this year for the first time for about $1,200, but there's 9 initiatives that we are currently undergoing trying to fundraise outside of this conversation with the City of Lethbridge.
So basically, you still would love to get the $10,000 on top of, you also are trying to get as much money as you can, but you know, that $10,000 is kind of vital to keep it going.
Yes. So I will say that shortfall, I mean, we sent a package. I think that the council had a chance to look at that package, but this year we are shortfall of about $6,000. Next year it's about 12. The year after that it's 18. So we are, we do our casino initiative, as you know, but that comes once every 3 years. So even with that allocation, we run $7,000, $8,000, $9,000 short every year. So there are other initiatives going in, and obviously from a kind of primary objective perspective, financial stability is number 1 on that list because it's required for our existence.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You bet.
Thank you. And you may want to have a seat there.
Sure.
Just in case, but no, thank you. I appreciate that. As I mentioned at the very beginning during our kudos to the community, the importance of having fundraising done through the organization. So I'm happy to hear that you have these 9 initiatives that are coming forth. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First question through you to our city manager or treasurer. What is the balance for 2025 contingencies? Because I know we've been spending a bit.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. The budget's $120,000. $33,000 is being allocated, leaving $87,000 right now available from 2025.
Thank you for that. And if I can, and I'm sorry I missed, the name has dropped out of my head. If I can, I believe you said that you are, for this year, $6,000 short, or was that last year?
I think that was last year.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
Okay, so last year you were 6,000 in the hole. This year you're looking at 12. But you did say you've had some other fundraising come in. So are those numbers still the same, or?
No, the package that was sent, including the revenue, is inclusive of the 3 sponsors. We had 2, now we have 3. It's inclusive of that additional funding.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Final question. So you're looking at a shortfall last year, a shortfall this year, likely a shortfall next year, and LPS had been covering that. This looks like an ongoing request. Is that something you were thinking, is that this should be an annual disbursement from council? Or do you have plans in place that this is a one-time, in a bit of a crunch right now, and going forward, your private sponsorships or public support will help?
So I'll answer your question, and I'm going to I'll just give you a straightforward answer as opposed to, I'm not the most diplomatic person, so I'll give you a straightforward answer. The initial thought around the 10,000 was to address the shortfall, right? And from the city, because we weren't getting it from the police had given it to us for 3 years. Funding is definitely an ongoing issue, and our thought is twofold. So number 1, that a $10,000 request to address the specific need was what was required now, as opposed to a larger ask that may have, required additional more extensive thought or processing or budgeting request, as an example. And the other reason for that is that hopefully, as an example, as we proceed with fundraising, awareness, community engagement, the other initiatives that we're doing that we're involved in, the request or the shortfall would be a lower number in the future years. So we didn't want to assume that we would be at a 10,000 shortfall in the long term. I will also say one point when you're talking about the $10,000, and I appreciate not only the difficult budgetary constraints that the city has, and we do certainly as an organization, and your contingencies remaining budget, but when we look at, and one of the pieces of information in the pack, which we talk a lot about lately, is return on investment, right? So if we just look at kind of the recoveries only related to what's coming in from LPS, that number is about $13 per dollar received in the kind of truncated, summarized budget. if we, as a board, we really looked at kind of the Public Safety Canada information related to the cost to the city from arrests, cases being cleared, et cetera. If we look at all of those, the total impact last year was just shy of $1 million. Okay, and the return on investment is $30.65 for every dollar that we received last year. And the last thing that I'll say, just as a reminder, is that Crime Stoppers is one of one. So I know that there's a lot of worthy causes in the city, and we are, very much support them. But without Crime Stoppers, that channel for people that can't call the police for whatever reason, safety, security, anonymity, et cetera, without us, that channel doesn't exist.
Thank you. Just along there, Councilor Lindholm, I know you're in next year, but just from what you just mentioned, I looked at Mr. Matthews and our next budget. If we did do a one-time funding as what's indicated here, I'm wondering if it's important for you, because I know you like more is better in our resolutions, to have it sent to our next budget discussions. Even if we have the one-time allocation and further be resolved, that of course future, does that make sense to you, Mr. Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. In that regard, yes, it does. So what I would suggest here, if that's the direction that council would like to go, is that you set to the next budget deliberations. Now, knowing that we also have a 2027 stub year in there, it might be worthwhile to say bring it forward to the 2027 and 2028 to 2031 budget deliberations, so that we have that going into the next time council makes decisions on ongoing funds.
And you answered my question about the stub year, because I know we know that, but I want to make sure the community does as well, that is one of the ways. So thank you very much. Councilor Lindholm.
Thank you. Thanks for the explanation. You did touch on our relationship with the Blood Tribe Police Service and the Tabor Police Service, obviously, as well as LPS. What you didn't touch on was the RCMP. So I'd like to hear what we are doing in terms of building a relationship, because we do provide tips to the RCMP regionally. But you also mentioned Medicine Hat. So Medicine Hat's program has failed, and we're thinking about taking it up. So that would be another source of potential income in the future as well to help support the program. Would that be correct?
So, first of all, from the RCMP perspective, a lot of that is done at the provincial and national level, but from our region-specific perspective, so the rural, essentially it's south of Calgary, border to border to border is what we talk about. And the tip count from rural is about 40% of the overall tip count. But because the recoveries, because of the reward payments for that region are a much smaller percentage, there is less of a focus from an RCMP perspective outside of a large portion, which again is their P3 license, which is about $2,500 a year, which again, we are in discussions about having that paid for outside of our chapter. So that's our current conversation with the RCMP, outside of any conversations that happen at the provincial or national level that we're not exposed to at the moment.
Right. So you are having ongoing conversations about that?
About funding, elements of funding, yes.
Right.
And from a Medicine Hat perspective, so our, again, it's straightforward. Our chapter's thought process is that it makes sense to envelop them in our region, because they are in our region and the fourth largest city in the province. Our concern with doing that, and why we and the Alberta board are initiating conversations with Medicine Hat, is that because we would need to fund those tips. And that's the primary issue, that with that program reinstated or enveloped into ours, there is additional costs, and that's why we have to have conversations with them before that process continues.
Okay, good to hear. Thank you.
Yes, the third largest city.
Medicine Hat being the fourth.
Yeah. So maybe this should have been in part of this hurricanes met with the mayor of Medicine Hat to cover half of this 10,000, but I am just joking. But no, thank you very much. I appreciate the information that was put into council. I know that it's an important initiative for sure. Our questions being around, well, if the police didn't, but hearing the commission that the constraints that they have, and appreciate the work's done there. I appreciate you mentioning that you're looking at other options. You're working with other groups, because that's something that I think is important. And then I would like to add into this, and I don't know, Madam City Clerk, if I do this now, that it would be directed to a future budget. Now, I guess I would talk to the two movers, if that's okay. So a one-time, but to add. And for this, yeah. That future funding be sent to, yeah. Is that okay for a friendly from the two movers? All right.
If I had to do that on the Catholic,
You're doing well, Ryan. He doesn't like your operating, right? No. All right. No further questions, so open debate. And who wants to open? Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much.
Oh, just one second.
Thank you, and I think it's fitting that myself and Jen are actually co-sponsoring this. For the reason being is I was the original signer off on this because I was the chair of the Safety Standing Policy Committee, and it was brought forward at the February 11th meeting. And there was a bit of confusion around the table regarding what was going to happen and all that, and this got denied by the Police Commission. And then I want to thank Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, because she said, she approached me, she goes, after that resolution, after what happened with the Police Commission saying, we're kind of in limbo here, and we should probably have some closure on this. And that's what this resolution is all about, and that's why we're asking for a majority of us to at least reconsider this, rediscuss it, because now we know not the word fallout, but we know the impact of what the Police Commission has made, and so now we can at least have closure. And even if we don't support it, at least it gives Crime Stoppers an opportunity to know where they stand and all that. So that's the reason we want to reconsider this at this time.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, and thank you for the explanation. It is illuminating. I'm not happy with the back and forth between the Police Commission and the Police Service, but at the end of the day, it's about the program. It's about supporting a program that is incredibly important to Southern Alberta and has been, as I indicated, for 30 years. I have a lot of experience with this program, and so I'm more than willing to support it as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. I too appreciate the fact that you came into the explanation. I know we got it in our package, but be able to answer some of the questions that you did. Thank you so much for that. I'm pleased that there's continued look to the horizon of additional fundraising projects, et cetera. So thank you very much for that. And with that, I will be supporting this as well. Understanding that it is a 2/3, so we do need 6, correct, Madam City Clerk? Yes, Councillor Campbell.
Just to reiterate what everyone is saying, this is historic. I just always remember Crime Stoppers, and they were doing these recreations, and people on the spot thought it was actually happening. So that makes me chuckle. It's not that funny, but anyway, it's just that it's an important part, and it really makes an impact in this community. And to get an understanding from the Police Commission, not to say that what's wrong with the Police Commission for not funding this. It's only $10,000, but I mean, I understand Police Commission has a lot on its plate. So and $10,000 from our contingencies makes sense to me. So I'm absolutely supporting the resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
I'm just in to close if nobody else has any comments.
Yeah, there's no further comments, so to close.
All right, thank you very much. And certainly when this came to the commission, it had been discussed by LPS, and I believe it was presented during the Social and Safety Standing Policy Committee, that LPS did not have funding for this. So it probably shouldn't have been referred back to the commission to start with. But be that as it may, this is where we're at. We certainly understand the challenges that Lethbridge Police Services is facing right now with its budgetary constraints. But we also appreciate that they are fully staffed often that they are doing hard work in our community and doing good work in our community. Crime Stoppers is part of that good work. It strengthens public safety in Lethbridge by enabling anonymous crime reporting, fostering community involvement, and supporting law enforcement efforts through volunteer-driven initiatives. It allows residents to safely report crimes without revealing their identity and provides police with valuable information they might not otherwise receive. We've heard about its return on investment today, so I certainly appreciate that they were here to present on that. And that information was also included in the agenda package. We have before us the one-time ask for funding with another review later on, and we have a local organization that is working on other fundraising opportunities. With that, I would ask for council's support on this.
That the question again has been called, 6 out of 9. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. All right, I have a resolution from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. It's amending motion, and my colleagues recall Councillor Dodick, or Deputy Mayor Dodick, before leaving had mentioned striking the word 90 and replacing with 90, just a spelling. So it is, be it resolved that City Council amends bylaw 6481 as follows. At section 7.1, strike out the word N-I-N-T-Y and replace with N-I-N-E-T-Y. And at section 8, brackets 1, strike the word again, N-I-N-T-Y, that 90 with the correct 90, N-I-N-E-T-Y. So, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Spelling is very important to myself and Councillor Dodick, and if only I could get people's uptake on the Oxford comma like we could on spelling errors. If there is, and I'm getting the thumbs up from the clerk's office too, so go Oxford comma. With that, if there's no discussion or questions or any other typos that anybody saw, I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Did I miss that? Were you actually opposed? No, you were in favor. Okay, that's good. All right, so then we'll move on to the bylaw. So bylaw 6481 from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, 2025 Downtown Business Improvement Area Tax Rate Bylaw. For a second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6481, 2025 Downtown Business Improvement Area Tax Rate Bylaw be given a second reading as amended. And Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that prior?
Nope, this is the second reading of this. We did see this at the April before council meeting for the first reading. I can't remember the exact date, 15th. Okay, we have seen this before. This is second reading. Bylaw 6481 allows the downtown BIA to raise the revenue as per the downtown BIA's Board 2025 budget, set the tax levy due date for the 2025 to be June 30th, and directs administration to charge penalties on unpaid tax levies in accordance with Schedule A of the bylaw 6470. The bylaw does need to be passed today in order for the city to build and collect the 2025 downtown BIA tax levy on or before the June 30th due date.
All right, with that, can I take that the question? Been called, all in favor? And that is unanimous. And for third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6481, 2025 Downtown Business Improvement Area Tax Rate Bylaw be given third reading as amended, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
I'll call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. And moved by Councillor Parker, bylaw 6482, 2025 Tax Installment Prepayment Plan Bylaw for a second reading. Be it resolved that bylaw 6482, 2025 Tax Installment Prepayment Plan Bylaw be given second reading. Councillor Parker.
Well, this is something we have to do on an annual basis, and for us, if we don't pass this, we wouldn't be able to do it. So I just ask for unanimous support on this.
Question has been, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Just a question to the city manager or designate. It's a 1% monthly discount. How is the 1% arrived at?
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. It's funny they got name tags there, yeah. So in regards to the 1%, so what we do is we take a look across all the small, well, what I should say is like all the GICs, term deposits, savings account amounts that we that are out there currently for individuals, and look what they could achieve on their own in that regard compared to what we can do with our own portfolio. So we do across the whole spectrum of different areas, do some research on that, and so based on that we set the rate both for the prepaid taxes and the tip taxes, which we're talking about here, based on what we believe. Now, of course, we also take into consideration what the future outlook looks at that as well. So, of course, this is going over a 1-year period, and with the potential for declining rates from the Bank of Canada, we also have to reduce the amount. So we have dropped this down to 1% this year. With the forecast right now from the major banks that Bank of Canada will be dropping their interest rates as well.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just following up on Councillor Schmidt-Rempel's question around the incentive side, there is also a cancellation of any penalties if somebody is in arrears or owes penalties and they sign up. Is that a part of the policy that we should maybe look at? I would hate for someone to be able to play a shell game or to say, I've got $10 million in properties, I'm not going to pay. Once I get all of those penalties accrued, I'll sign up for TIP, but I've had that invested for a year, and now I'm not paying any penalties for not being a good citizen. So I'm just wondering if that's something we ever look at. Like, I do understand we should pass along any savings, but to reward someone for bad behavior really annoys me.
So in this regard, what my staff was making sure I remember as I go along this, and if I say this wrong, they will come over and correct me on this as well. So a couple things on this one. It's only on current taxes, not on arrear components that they receive the interest on. The other component of that as well is that if they don't make their payment, it gets reversed. So they don't receive the interest values for that. Yes, and I got that correct.
I guess my question is are we the outlier, or do other communities try and incentivize people? And it probably doesn't happen that often. I noticed some big tax arrears at some point, and I was wondering if people were saying, yeah, same way when we gave the tax break or extension during COVID, let people pay later because we thought, well, people that were not struggling waited till the last second because they could make some good coin on our back.
So thank you, Councillor Carlson. So the other components on that, just make sure if I don't answer all of your question, just let me know on it. However, a couple things on it. We are the outlier on this. So we actually are one of the ones that do this. It does help us in the package, in the next item that comes up. You will see one of the reasons why we have people that stay on so long on TIP is one of the incentives, the reason, and it actually helps the municipality because we get regular cash flows coming in, which we reinvest, and we do reinvest it at a higher rate than what we give out, and that's one of the balancing checks that we do as well. The other piece as well to this is that when it comes to individuals, if they have past performance, it doesn't mean they'll necessarily be back on that. So repeat offenders aren't there as well.
You have someone there to maybe give you a little more detail.
You're getting your steps in at least. It's in.
And then I forgot. No, okay, we'll pass. I'll get it in a minute.
Did that answer your question, Councillor Carlson?
This will be something I can maybe discuss. I'm not going to make any changes right now, but just some thoughts in my head. So I thought I'd take the moment to answer them.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, Councillor Carlson. I think that overall, the TIP program has been very advantageous for us, and I see my staff's coming back up here, in regards to the increases we've had and to be able to manage our cash flows and so forth. And just one moment, please.
I feel terrible.
And thank you. So one of the other things that Councillor Carlson that it does is it, staff saying, it also stops a lot of members of the public coming to council on the write-off and cancellations, because what ends up happening is that if they get offered that component later on, they actually go on tip, we get the collection over the period of time, and therefore we don't get as many people coming to council asking for cancellations.
Okay, thank you.
Great. And with that, Councillor Parker. Question has been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. And moving to third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6482, 2025 tax installment prepayment plan bylaw be given third reading and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Parker. Question been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. All right, I have a resolution from Councillor Campbell. It is for second reading of bylaw 6483, 2025 property tax and supplementary tax bylaw that we give it a second reading. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Just, could you call me Byron Ritchie just for a while? Thank you. Hurricane plan, just a hurricane plan, just, okay. Anyway, this is something that this is something that we have to do as part of the Municipal Government Act. We have to raise required municipal revenue as part of the operating budget. The bylaw also sets the tax rates required to raise the requisition for the Alberta School Foundation, the Holy Spirit Roman Catholic Separate Regional Division, and the Green Acres Foundation and the designated industrial property requisition. And in order to meet mail-out requirements for tax notices, for the approval of this bylaw, the property tax and supplementary property tax rate bylaw must pass today. And that's why we're doing this here at this council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Ritchie. I'll go over to questions. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. To Mr. Brierley or designate, likely Mr. Matthews, a question we ask every year. Of course, we've been telling people 5.1% increase, but they're going to see something different than that, most people, when they actually open up their tax bill. Thank you so much for attachment 2. It's all there. But can you quickly summarize for the public why a 5.1% increase is not going to actually be a 5.1% increase, and particularly what the education tax levy is doing this year?
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Make sure I get that right this time. So, yes, in regards to the property tax, you are correct in the sense that 5.1% is the municipal portion of the increase that is in there. There is also an increase that's attributable to both the education tax through the province and as well Green Acres that are inside of that. And those percentages, the overall requisition for the province, I'm just scrolling down to my notes in here, has it at just under 13.8% that the requisition the city gets comes in at that amount. And then, of course, for the actual education portion. And then, of course, the Green Acres portion is just under 4% or 3.92% of the increase of their requisition. What does that mean for the average household? So inside that attachment number 2, it's got inside of there that for an average assessment value in 2025 of $359,000, that home in Lethbridge in 2025 will have a municipal tax increase of 5.1%. It will have an increase in education of 12.29% on their education amount, that is, and 3.77%. What that comes down to is the combined property tax. What they'll actually see, if you just looked at the bottom line, is 6.69% for that property, which is another $238, with just over $100 of that coming from other areas as well. The reason also you'll see differences in between it will also be based on neighborhoods and the assessed values of their homes and how it changes back and forth. So there is assessment changes that community members would have received earlier in 2025 in their assessment notices. That assessment changes for their neighborhoods also change as well. And so there's a number of couple of factors that will change the amount that they receive besides the 5.1%.
And when it comes to the education tax levy and the Green Acres levy, we collect it, but on their behalf. We don't keep the money, we simply hand it to those two organizations, and we have no way of setting that rates. They are entirely responsible for setting the rates.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. And thank you very much for that explanation. I think we could probably do it a lot more times, but I know that we'll still get those calls, but I appreciate it being asked. And anyone listening, it's a great update. Councillor Mildenholm.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague for asking a question that certainly was burning on my mind. I've had a number of inquiries, as Mr. Matthews is well aware, from my community in particular, where their tax rates have gone up very significantly this year. And I appreciate that the only way, other than we've now had a fairly robust discussion about why the tax rate is the tax rate that it is, what we are funding out of our taxes. The rest would be an argument in regards to the assessment, which this is not the appropriate place to do that. So I'm not going to take you on in public on the assessment of the properties in my community. But thank you very much for answering those questions. It certainly helped, and I agree with the mayor. I'm hoping that perhaps the public has had an opportunity to view this today and hear really what the overall impact of taxation is on their property taxes. It's not just the city, it's a number of other entities as well. So that's my comment as opposed to a question, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Middleton Hope. I see no further questions, and so to open debate, Councillor Campbell.
I think we all get it. So if there's no other questions, just call for the vote.
I see no further debate, so questions have been called. All in favor? And that's a hesitant hand from Councillor Middleton Hope, but he was still in, so that is unanimous. And for a third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6483/2025 property tax and supplementary tax bylaw be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Campbell.
Call for the vote.
Question been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. So I have a resolution from Mayor Higgin, a recommendation of Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee bylaw 6490, amendment to bylaw 6146, the waste bylaw. For first reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6490, amendment to bylaw 6146, the waste bylaw be given first reading. And with that, open it up to any questions. And if I don't have questions, I would like to ask if I do have questions. If just a little background to this, being that we're looking at three readings at once, is it okay to call Ms. Parker up for, or through Mr. City Manager, to just give some background to that? Or we could do first, sorry, we'll do first reading and then, but we won't let you go because we'll come up for second reading. So just to get it on the table, first reading. Any questions on first reading, or is that, okay, so all in favor? All right. That's now on the table. And for second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6490, amendment to bylaw 6146, the waste bylaw be given second reading. And we'll start off with Ms. Parker, if you can come up and just give some background to this.
Thank you. With the recent implementation of extended producer responsibility April 1st, we just wanted to adjust our bylaw to remove the fees.
I like remove fees. That's, you said it best right there. So looking at the bill, this is going to be less because we will not have that associated fee as part of the bill. Correct?
Correct.
So less?
Less.
Wow, it's amazing. All right. Thank you, Ms. Parker. Appreciate that. Councillor Croson.
That actually was my only question, because we've been setting all the tax bylaws and how much money, unfortunately, we're going to be taking from the public, and how much will they be saving on this one a month? I mean, it won't balance the tax bylaw, but how much will they be saving per month?
For the single-family dwellings, it's their $9 a month fee, and for the multifamily dwellings, it's the $7 fee.
So a small savings, but they'll see it monthly, starting with the next bill,
Yes,
if we pass this unanimously today. Right.
yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I see no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Parker. Appreciate that. And so for my colleagues, ready to vote, all in favor? And for a third reading, to consent to all reading, it must be unanimous for third reading. So be it resolved that in accordance with Section 187.4 of the Municipal Government Act, City Council authorize a third and final reading of Bylaw 6490, amendment to Bylaw 6146, the waste bylaw, to occur at this meeting. So any questions on that, or can we call for the vote? I see no questions. Vote's been called. All in favor? So now we can entertain the third reading, which is be it resolved that Bylaw 6490, amendment to Bylaw 6146, the waste bylaw, be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. All right, from Councillor Croson, Bylaw 6492, Amendment to Procedure Bylaw 6250 for first reading. Be it resolved that Bylaw 6492, Amendment to Procedure Bylaw 6250 be given first reading. I think to get it on the table, all in favor? That passes unanimously. So for a second reading, be it resolved that Bylaw 6492, Amendment to Procedure Bylaw 6250 be given second reading. Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. It is unusual, especially to have two in a row where we'll be asking for all three readings in one day. But when Bill 20 became law, we were required to update our procedure bylaw to permit electronic participation in public hearings for planning and development matters, and to have a process for how that would be done. If this passes, the process will be featured on our city website. So in order for us to be in legislative compliance, this bylaw has to be passed by April 30th. So unless we want a special meeting tomorrow, this is why we're doing all three readings today, if all of my colleagues agree. So having given the background for this, I will call the question for a second reading.
I see no questions, so second reading's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. And for consent to all three readings, and again, this must be unanimous, be it resolved that in accordance with Section 187.4 of the Municipal Government Act, City Council authorize a third and final reading of Bylaw 6492, Amendment to Procedure Bylaw 6250 to occur at this meeting. Councillor Croson?
Unless you want a special meeting tomorrow, please vote yes for this.
All in favor? Oh, it looks like Jeff wants another meeting. All right, that is unanimous. And for a third reading, Councillor Croson, be it resolved that Bylaw 6492, Amendment to Procedure Bylaw 6250, be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same.
Question.
Called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. All right, a resolution coming from Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, a recommendation of Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, City Hall and Council Chamber security recommendations. Be resolved the City Council receive the City Hall and Chamber security recommendations report for information. And further be resolved that the amount budgeted for option 1 in the sum of $350,000 be transferred to the corporate budget contingency. And further be resolved the City Council direct that the confidential attachment 2 of the City Hall and Chamber security recommendations report remain confidential pursuant to Section 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. And I know Councillor Croson, or sorry, I guess first in line, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for bringing this this motion forward. This is an important discussion. It is about the safety of our personnel. My question is to Mr. Matthews to confirm the one-time funding of $300,000 and the $50,000 of ongoing support is covered in the current budget. Is that correct?
That is correct. The $300,000 is a one-time amount that we do have inside of our funding, and the $50,000 per year is an ongoing amount we have in our operating budget.
Thank you.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. I'm going to be looking to the City Clerk's Department for how to do this. This is the recommendation being brought forward from Economic and Finance, but I would like to bring another motion forward instead of this to look at option 2. We turned down option 1 at that meeting, but as my colleague correctly said, this is not just about security. This is about health and safety. And we yesterday reconfirmed at the National Day of Mourning our role in making sure our staff stay safe. Option 1, I understand the concern about the wall and everything, but option 2 or 3, I can go with either one depending on what my colleagues think, is very much about security and health and safety things that are in place in most other workplaces. Having people to sign in before they go into non-public places. We did that at the museum my entire career there. The fact that it's not happening in City Hall sort of surprises me. So I am, again, looking to the City Clerk to figure out how, by process, to do that. But I would like to instead supersede this with a motion to bring forward option 2 for discussion.
Thank you for that, Councillor Crowson. So the mayor just put the motion on the floor. That was the recommendation from Economic. So we can't have a contrary motion from you or an amendment, so we will have to deal with this motion.
And if this one fails, can I then bring forward a motion arising?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
All right. So I think we've all heard the difference of being to take the $350,000 and transfer it back into budget contingency. So with that, is there any further questions? And that's to open debate. I don't know if there's... So this, if you vote in favor, it will transfer the $350,000 to the corporate budget contingency.
In favor vote defeats the motion.
In favor moves the dollars that was in it. Yeah.
It's going to seem opposite. So if you vote in favor, it basically is against the original option 1. You save $350,000.
Yeah. If you vote in
yeah. Confirm.
Okay, just one moment. Madam City Clerk, if you can, it's my understanding that this would, if you vote in favor of this, that the $350,000 from option 1 would go back into, or would go into budget contingency. Yes. So put it this way here, Councillor Dodick had added this in, and you heard his debate last time. A support would be in support of what he said at Economic and Finance. Does that make sense? Oh, I'm sorry.
What I would like to do is have this thing defeated so another option can come forward. I'm just confirming, how do we defeat this if we want to look at another option?
If you want to defeat it, then you vote no. Okay. And if enough majority votes no, then you can put your motion on the floor.
Okay. Thank you. So if I can debate, that would be perfect. So may I go in for debate, Mayor Higgin?
Yeah, go ahead, debate.
I recognize very well why Deputy Mayor Dodick brought this forward, because there's a lot of concerns about option 1, the cost, the wall, et cetera. I really hope we will defeat this motion, though, so that we can look at another one that does bring forward the health and safety things that are needed on behalf of the staff. And also, by doing that option, would in effect defeat this option as well. So I'm hoping my colleagues will vote against this motion.
Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Well, not surprisingly, I'm voting in favor of this motion, largely because this is a statement about safety and security for our staff throughout the building. This is not just about the horseshoe, it's not just about us, and it certainly is not about a wall. It's about safety measures.
Do you know what? Let's take a recess here because...
No, I haven't. No, I'm not supporting it.
So can we just recess for 5 minutes here? So one.
No, I'm.
recommendations. We have I have a referral motion for recommendation of Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, Standing Policy Committee, City Hall and Council Chamber Security recommendations. Be it resolved that Council refer this item to administration to prepare and present a comprehensive report at the closed May 27th, 2025 meeting of City Council, and further be resolved that City Council direct that confidential attachment 2 of the City Hall and Chamber Security Recommendations Report remain confidential pursuant to Section 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. A question I have for Madam City Clerk, the way that we have this written, we could have a motion coming out of closed, correct, in the regular session?
For the May 27th?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. All right. With that, any questions for my colleagues? So I'll open debate, just to have this recommendation that it gives us the opportunity, administration, the opportunity to prepare additional information with a referral motion, not a postponement, and bring back to a future council meeting as suggested in the resolution. So, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'm just unclear. So we still have the other motion on the floor, but this one is to refer it? Because this is not a recommendation.
You're correct, yeah. The other motion's on the floor, but
Okay,
this is
somebody's
referring
made the
that motion
thank
and
you.
the whole report to administration.
Perfect. Clear as mud.
No further questions or debate? If not, call for the vote. All in favor? Those opposed? All right, Councillor Carlson. All right, thank you. All right, I have a resolution here from Councillor Middleton Hope, 2025 TRIP Municipal Tax Cancellation Request. Be it resolved, the City Council approve the 2025 municipal tax cancellations for eligible TRIP properties as follows. And they are up on the screen. Would you like me to read each of them? And just a background, because when I first saw this, I had to take my mind back to TRIP and what this actually does in the future for taxation and what we wouldn't have collected anyways during that time. And I know that our CFO could explain it much better than me, but I would appreciate just a brief explanation on that, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. So in regards to the TRIP program, what it does do is that depending on the amount of the investment and so forth, they get a tax cancellation against the new increased development that has occurred on these properties for a period of time. So each one of these properties you see before you have gone through the actual TRIP application. Council has approved those. And of course, then in the future, once that development has actually been or the incentive is off, the municipality gets the increase in taxation. So it actually incentivizes through this program to actually get development done that would not normally would have gotten done. So it's a great way of doing incentives and ensuring things. And in this case, this is in our downtown area. All these and that component in our targeted redevelopment program. Yeah.
So, and a long story short, the additional tax that we'll be receiving in the future is much greater because we're working through this TRIP program.
That is correct. Yep. And so, and of course, that is a perpetual amount of taxes that come on at a later stage. And so each time these came forward in the past, you would remember that they had about a 20-year component. I don't have that in front of me on each one of these properties right now, but it is a substantial amount that helps out in the future, and it actually gives the benefit now for these developments to actually occur.
Great, thank you. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. So questions through the city manager to Mr. Matthews. First of all, the annual tax cancellation must be approved by council on an annual basis. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Second, is this an incentive for these specific construction projects? Do you refer to it as an incentive?
Yes, these are incentives for the targeted area that's within this policy.
Okay, does this policy provide any provisions for building outside of the urban core districts?
No, currently it is targeted right within the downtown core area where this particular TRIP program is.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or debate? Either or? No? All right, from Councillor Middleton Hope, I'll turn it over to you. Open debate.
Thank you. I think a fulsome response to any of the questions that any of my colleagues might have had, so I'll call the question.
I see no further folks in the queue, so question been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Resolution from Acting Mayor Palladino, Industrial Municipal Tax Incentive, IMTI 2025 Municipal Tax Cancellations. Be it resolved, the City Council approve the 2025 municipal tax cancellation for the eligible industrial municipal tax incentive property as follows. And this is on 3690 36th Street North for $25,541.06. And for questions, I'm going to put again back over to Mr. Matthews. Is this pretty much similar to what we have just seen in the previous resolution?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Yes, it is. This is the industrial tax incentive program. This is the only property so far we have through that. One shameless plug I will put here is that we're bringing back on May 8th economic business development expansion and retention policy that's coming forward, which is basically the replacement of this one. If council remembers, this one is on hold, this program, and there's a new one coming through to economic to take a look at. But from a principle of how it's handled, same sort of fashion, that there's tax cancellation on this, but the actual for a period of time. And then, of course, the property itself in the future, those taxes come to the city once the incentive period is over.
So this is similar to the question that I had right at the beginning, that this will come back and there will be additional opportunities for council to ask the questions at that May 8th meeting.
That is correct.
Awesome. Thank you. Any further questions or debate? To open debate, Councillor Palladino, nothing? All right. Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. From Councillor Carlson, rescindment of Youth Advisory Council terms of reference. Be it resolved, the City Council officially disband the Youth Advisory Council by rescinding the Youth Advisory Council terms of reference as provided in attachment 2. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll ask if any of my colleagues have questions on this. This is sort of closing the loop on a deep dive and review we did of all of our boards, committees, and commissions. The Youth Advisory Council, which I think it was just Councillor Parker and I were around when it was created in 2007 or 2008. Yes. So around there. It had some successes and some challenges along the ways, but it was decided amongst talking with the members of the governance committee as well as the members of the Youth Advisory Committee that we could probably serve our youth in a more efficient and better way. And so we put those into the hands of administration, and they'll be sort of overseeing that the youth engagement does in fact happen to inform council, but this is sort of just removing the Youth Advisory Committee from council's committees. Call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that, any opposed? Councillor Schmidt-Rempel? All right. And moving on to administrative inquiries and responses. There is a response in the agenda package from Councillor Midland Hope regarding the impact of Provincial Priorities Act. Over to, I guess that's just a response. I guess we don't vote on that one. So just if anyone has any questions, there it is. Let's move on to City Council updates, because it's my understanding that Councillor Carlson has 45 minutes of them. So, you're out? No? All right. Updates, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
So on April 17th, I attended the Alberta Municipalities Economic Strategy meeting. The group had the opportunity to meet and have discussions with the Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation, RJ Sigerson, and the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Trade, Matt Jones. We also did a workshop with the School of Public Policy in response to tariffs, and we received presentations on the new Home Buyer Protection Act. I'm happy to share any information with members of council on these topics, should anyone like to see any of my notes or get any of the supporting documentation. The board packages for this are quite large, so I don't send them all out. But if anybody does want to see any more of this, just let me know. And that includes members of the public. If they'd like to ask more questions or see the information, happy to share.
Awesome, thank you very much. And so after updates, I think that will take us into and motion to go into close. Councillor Carlson, all in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to the public hearing for Tuesday, April 29th. I call to order the public hearing. Bylaw 6479, Land Use Bylaw Amendment regarding Watermark Phase 1, 4015, 25th Street South, 4040, 10th Street South, 277 Rocky Mountain Boulevard West, 301 Rocky Mountain Boulevard West, 317 Rocky Mountain Boulevard West, and 6000 University Drive West. The procedure for this hearing will be, begin by calling on Mr. Tyson Boylan, Senior Community Planner, to provide background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak to the bylaw will then be called upon. We'll ask 3 times if there's anyone else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters, and then the hearing will be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council following the public hearing. So I now call on Mr. Boylan to provide background to the case. Mr. Boylan.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Good afternoon. I'm just going to see if my clicker works. It does. Okay. So this is bylaw 6479. It's a proposed land use bylaw amendment for Watermark Phase 1. And the slide above lists the applicant and describes the purpose for today's rezoning to a number of land use districts, as you can see here. And I will be going through this more in depth in a few slides, but the applicant is also here today and is able to answer questions as well. So the proposed amendment area is outlined in green as is shown above, and the site is currently an undeveloped area that lies at the western edge of development in the city. It is west of the existing neighborhood of Sunridge and south of Mountain Heights. Sunridge Park lies to the east of the amendment area on the other side of Rocky Mountain Boulevard. And the existing middle school is in the middle of the amendment area here. So these pictures are taken on the ground quite a few months ago when it was the middle of winter. The top photo is taken from Rocky Mountain Boulevard looking southwest towards the school and the proposed RL site on Clare Promenade. The school is the only existing building at this time, as you can see. The bottom photo is taken near the corner of Sunridge Park looking northwest, and you can see the areas that are proposed to be RCL and RM here. So this slide shows the existing and the proposed land use districts. The existing DC district was approved in 2015 to allow for the construction of Senator Joyce Fairburn Middle School prior to the Watermark Outline Plan being adopted in order to secure provincial funding for the school. The Watermark Outline Plan has since been adopted, so the DC district is now no longer needed. The existing school sites and sports fields are proposed to be rezoned to PB and PR, which is commonly used for other school sites in the city, most recently last year with the Crossings School. The proposed RCL district will be used for single detached homes, and the RL district can allow for single detached homes and duplexes as permitted uses and secondary suites as discretionary uses. The RM district that is shown here will allow for single detached homes containing secondary suites as permitted uses, and they have been strategically located on corner parcels with lane access. So for evaluation and analysis, this application was evaluated in terms of different planning documents, including the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, and it complies with the policies that are shown above here. In terms of the governing MDP, ASP, and outline plan, the proposed amendment is in compliance with the policies and the land uses that are described and shown in these plans. No concerns from city staff were identified through our circulation either. So for notification, mailouts were sent out to 26 owners of the parcels that are shown in the green hatched areas above. Ads appeared in the Herald, and it was also advertised for the public on the city's website. And I received no calls from nearby landowners or the public about this bylaw as of today. So in conclusion, bylaw 6479 is compliant with all existing statutory and approved plans for the area, and a recommendation is on the slide above here. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Boylan. Are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Just as a reminder, presenters will have 5 minutes to speak to the issue. For a second time, are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a third and final time, are there any other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Hearing no other presenters, it's now time for City Council to ask questions of the presenters, and I do have Councillor Crowson to start the queue.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Mr. Boylan, if I may ask you a question, because we've got quite a few different rezonings going on here, all within one. So let me ask a comprehensive question. Are we just moving density around, or are we decreasing it? And if we are changing density, how much are we gaining or losing?
It's not necessarily gaining or losing density. It's in line with the outline plan that was approved in 2023, if you recall. There is a little bit higher density in terms of like secondary suites on the corner parcels, but it's kind of status quo.
So we're just basically moving some things around.
Yes.
So some things that are public land are becoming, or the public building is actually being identified as such because there's actually a school on it.
Yeah.
We're putting some stuff into low density, but we're putting some up into medium density. So it is just adjusting it.
Yeah, it's still a low density, but it's a little bit higher still.
Okay. And how does the density in this plan connect or compare to density in other plans? Is it fair to other neighborhoods, what we have going on here?
Yes, so the in the outline plan, the density is above, it's above the required density of 27 units per hectare, which is stated in the MDP. I believe, I don't know the exact figure, but I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 29 or so, I think.
So it's within the standards we've set for density. And as you said, this is all land that's open. There are no neighbors to complain because there are no neighbors.
Well, there's neighbors to the north, but there's been an outline plan and quite a lot of public consultation in that outline plan too. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. And Councillor Palladino?
Thank you. Mr. Boylan, the ad or the notice of this public hearing includes a land use, road closure, and statutory plan. And I was wondering where the road closure is. Or was it just combined, rolled into this?
I believe the road closure, it was a few weeks ago,
Right.
but has not been registered yet. And
So was that sliver down at the bottom?
yeah, it's right. Let's see if this works. It's this portion right down here.
Right.
And the developer who's from Opportunity Lethbridge can maybe answer more about that too.
Okay. No, other than that, the plan looks good to me.
What's that? Sorry.
He didn't hear your.
Oh, sorry.
sorry, I
said
didn't
that
hear you.
It looks good to me. That's fine.
Okay.
I just wanted to know if that was the piece of a road that was being closed.
Yeah, just a little
Yeah,
fragment.
yeah.
All right. Any other questions from my colleagues? Hearing none, I now declare this public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. I now call to order the public hearing for bylaw 6485, land use bylaw amendment regarding 1703 16th Avenue South. The procedure for this will begin by calling on Genesis Molesky, community planner, to provide background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak to the bylaw will then be called upon. We'll then ask 3 times if there's anybody else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. After that, the hearing will be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council following the public hearing. Now call on Ms. Molesky to provide background to the case. Ms. Molesky.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. Bylaw 6485 is a proposed land use bylaw amendment for the property at 1703 16th Avenue South. The applicant of this proposal is Julie Quinton. The purpose of this bylaw, there's only one parking space that is accounted for this property and recognized by the land use bylaw. And this is because the space between the garage and the property line is only 4.3 meters, and the bylaw requires that the length of a parking space is 6.5 meters or 6.1 meters in length. This is better shown in this photograph where you can see where the fence is located. This fence is located right on the property line, meaning that the space between the fence and the sidewalk is a right-of-way and public land, which cannot be regulated by the land use bylaw, meaning that any parking provided in this area does not count towards the parking requirement. This is the view from the rear of the property. And this is a side-by-side map comparison of the proposed zoning changes. And so we would rezone to direct control. The site is surrounded by low-density residential properties, but there are two duplexes located nearby at the northwest and southeast corner of 17th Street and 16th Avenue South, so directly across the property in question. Moving on to background information, the existing building was built in 1956. A more recent development is that Alberta Health Services Environmental Public Health Unit assigned a closure order to this property based on its condition earlier this year. And this is a first rezoning for this application. We are pursuing a direct control bylaw because we don't have a land use district currently that would accommodate this type of development. Some key points of the proposed bylaw 6485 is this bylaw is introducing dwelling and two-unit or townhouse dwelling and two-unit dwelling as permitted uses and signs as discretionary use. This means this is in line with the medium density districts that we currently have in the land use bylaw. The land use bylaw also specifies specific requirements for a townhouse development. This includes unique requirements in terms of setbacks, density of up to 4 units, and for parking, the bylaw requires 1 minimum parking space per unit. This would be similar to what exists today, where the bylaw would only regulate 1 parking space, but in practice, future residents would be able to access the driveways and use those for parking as well. And one thing of note is that the height of the building is not changing. So currently the RL district allows up to 10 meters of height, and the height remains the same under bylaw 6485. A comparable is an R75, which is a medium density district, allows up to 13.2 meters in height. This proposal is in line with other higher order plans like the SSRP and the MDP, particularly when it comes to supporting a range of housing types in the city. Throughout the process, the applicant and I maintained communications with interested residents. This began with an open house we had in January with 15 neighbors. We received a range of questions and statements in opposition, some in support, and statements that were neutral. The comments in opposition related to traffic concerns, waste and recycling pickup concerns, insufficient parking, infrastructure capacity concerns, and statements that were more neutral or in support express a general sentiment that the proposal would be better than what is existing today and an improvement to the community. Following the open house, I sent 2 other letters. The first letter notified property owners within 60 meters and people that provided emails at the open house that the application had been submitted, and the second letter notified that this public hearing was taking place and the details of this meeting. We also published advertisements in the Lethbridge Herald to provide an opportunity for other interested parties to know about this public hearing today. In conclusion, this proposal aligns with higher order plans, and planning recommends that City Council consider this as information for this public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Molesky. Now we'll call upon the applicant, Julie Quinton, to provide background to the application.
Okay, you ever use one of these? Nope, but I'm sure I can figure it out. Okay, thanks. So obviously I don't look anything like a Julie. I am representing Julie. I'll get started and we can get into introductions. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Dean McLeod, and I'm representing Julie Quinton in regards to this application for rezoning to direct control. rezoning justifications. It has been a passion of Julie's to continue improving real estate in our community. Increasing the lot density will provide more diversified housing options in an already tightly supplied market. The current home, which was a source of numerous issues over the past few decades, could be replaced with newly built townhomes, providing fresh application to the existing lot. Proposal details. So this is the site plan. We plan to subdivide in the future with 4 fee-simple lots, or titles. Townhomes would be built with quality in mind and high-end finishings. Based on sold comparable properties, proposed sale values would range from $400,000 to approximately $450,000. And at this price range, we hope to attract home buyers, not renters. Total estimated cost to date, before we even break ground, we are estimating electrical infrastructure costs to be in and around $17,838 to be exact, based on what we got from feedback from the city. Water, sanitary, and storm upgrades, this would be the most significant for us. We're estimating in and around the $50,000 range. We've already spent about $4,000 on drafting and an additional $5,500 for the application process. Running total of about $77,800 and some change, like I said, before even breaking ground, so a significant investment for us. We recently held an open house back in January, and neighbors within the properties, and Genesis alluded to that earlier, so I won't get into that. And I will go to, this is just going back to the last explanation, a little bit of a front and a rear elevation slide, just for your information. So this relates to more neighbor feedback and concerns that we had at the meeting. Waste recycling and bin storage. Building a designated space for each set of bins would improve bin storage and utilization. If there was ever a problem, neighbors have the option to call 311, which is quite effective. We have enjoyed assimilating ourselves in the neighborhood by doing the work of shoveling snow, yard work, and visiting with neighbors over the past few months. We really believe this project would be an improvement to the neighborhood, and that is our goal. Parking. Current parking offers approximately 4 on-street parking spots along 17th Street and 3 along 16th Avenue. In order to mitigate these concerns, we would build a single attached garage and pour a double parking pad for each unit, as you can see in the rendering. 16th Ave parking would remain unchanged with the 3 on-street parking spots. Parking on 17th Street would change from 5 on-street parking spots to 12 off-street parking spots, or the potential therefore. Flooding was another issue that came up at the prior meetings. This is an aerial view and the alleyway to the north of the property. There were flooding issues in this alley pre-2015. So a neighbor brought up the flooding issues along 17th Street, and after some research, we found that the flooding was prior to 2015. It was remediated by the city that year. They cleared out the old concrete chunks that were clogging the storm drains, and according to residents adjacent to the alley, it immediately improved. Building considerations. Windows will be placed to preserve privacy of the surrounding neighbors, specifically to the north. The suggested floor plan would have 3 frosted windows facing the north for this particular neighbor. In discussions with the neighbors bordering the property, trees could also be planted to improve privacy. We appreciate these concerns and are happy to come up with any solutions. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Please come forward, state your name. Again, yeah, just for the record, if you state your name before you start, that'd be great.
My name is Aaron Brown. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about this topic that has a significant implications for the future of our neighborhood. The proposal to change zonal permits. While the idea of evolving zoning laws may seem like a way to modernize our community, it is important to take a step back and ask, what impact will these changes have on the very fabric of our neighborhood? Zoning laws were not put in place arbitrarily. They were designed with a clear purpose. They help ensure that our communities are livable, sustainable, and accessible to everyone. And while change is a natural part of any urban environment, altering zonal permits will disrupt the delicate balance that makes our neighborhood unique and strong. First, let's talk about community character. The zoning regulations we have today will help preserve the specific characteristics that make this neighborhood our neighborhood. Whether it's the quiet residential streets, the green spaces, or the mix of historical buildings, our zoning rules protect the essence of our community. Changing these regulations to allow more intense or incompatible land uses may lead to gentrification, overdevelopment, and the loss of the things that drew us there in the first place. We would see larger, more imposing buildings replace our local, quiet homes, and once that character is gone, it is incredibly difficult to get it back. Second, there's an issue of affordable housing. While proponents of zonal changing permits often cite the potential for more housing, we must ask the question, what kind of housing will be built? Often, zoning changes favor luxury apartments or developments that don't cater to the needs of the average working class family. In this particular instance, it's to build 4 two-story townhouses with single attached garages. These will be built with several extra features and high-end finishings. There's mentioned reference to an open house. The applicant admitted that at the open house that the decision to build townhouses was the last option they have. So if rezoning is the last option, why are we having a hearing today? Should not the applicant exhaust all other options before decision or making an application for rezoning takes place? Without proper safeguards in place, this will accelerate the displacement of long-term residents and shift the neighborhood towards a less diverse demographic. Third, let's consider traffic and infrastructure. Our current zoning laws are designed with the neighborhood's infrastructure in mind. If the area becomes more densely developed, it will overload our roads, schools, utilities, and public services. Think about the added congestion on an already busy street, or the pressure on local schools that are already near capacity. More development means more people. And without a comprehensive plan to address the strains on public services, we risk seeing a dramatic decline in the quality of life for everyone in the neighborhood. Moreover, there's the question of community consultation. Zoning changes can often feel like they're imposed from the top down, without fully taking into account the voices of people who actually live there. Making decisions that impact the fabric of a community should be transparent, inclusive process. If residents aren't properly engaged in the conversation, we risk decisions that may benefit a few, but harm the majority. Lastly, let's not forget environmental concerns. Many zoning laws take into account local ecosystems, green spaces, and sustainable development practices. Changing zoning regulations without thoughtful planning will lead to the destruction of valuable environmental assets, trees, parks, green spaces, open spaces. They're not just for aesthetic features. They are essential to the health and well-being of our community. Once lost, these spaces are nearly impossible to replace. In conclusion, while zoning law should evolve to meet the needs of growing populations, you must be cautious when concerning changes to zonal permits in our neighborhood. The proposed changes will disrupt the character, affordability, and infrastructure of the area we all love. They will lead to a future where this neighborhood no longer feels like home, where longtime residents are pushed out, and where the quality of life deteriorates for everyone. Let's take the time to think about the kind of future we want for our community and work together to find solutions that honor both progress and preservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Is there anyone else who wishes to make a presentation? Please come to the mic and state your name for the records. Thank you.
My name is Sherry Otis. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council.
As I said, my name is Sherry Otis. I live at 1617 15th Avenue South, and my home faces the proposed development. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am here to express my strong opposition to the proposed rezoning of 1703 16th Avenue South from low-density residential to direct control for the purpose of a 4-row townhome construction. This change would fundamentally alter the character of our neighborhood, which is made up of primarily single-family homes, as it has been for decades. At present, there are no row homes in the area. Existing residents are primarily single family, with some duplex structures that are along the main road of 16th Avenue South. Now, before I express some of my concerns, I would like to address a comment made in the public hearing plan presented by Genesis under the community consultation section. Now, a statement was made that comments in support stated that the proposed development would be an improvement to what exists today, and I would like to add some context to that summation. The home was previously under different ownership and had several interactions with law enforcement, including city police, bylaw officers, and Alberta Health Services. Now, one of the concerns of our community was the high number of people living in and frequenting the property, which was more than a typical single-family home would have. Now, that is no longer a concern as the property has sold. And while neighbors had expressed that redevelopment would be better than the concerns we had previously faced, that is not the same as stating that building a 4-unit complex is favorable to a single-family home. And in fact, a 4-plex would maintain those high traffic concerns. Now, one of my main concerns is the strain on infrastructure. Now, the 4 city blocks that surround this neighborhood all utilize storm systems, all 4 of which the drains are contained at the intersection of 17th Street and 16th Avenue. That is where my home is. Now, during summer storms, it is common for the road in this area to flood as the storm drains cannot keep up with rapid demand. This proposal will significantly increase the hard surface areas of the property while decreasing the soft surface, and stormwater runoff will only worsen, which will exacerbate the flooding and other drainage issues that do impact the local residents. The current conditions have caused basement flooding issues for local residents, and this change will negatively impact those issues. Now, while the proposal indicates that mature trees not impacted by construction will remain, based on a visual assessment, it appears that all of the current mature trees are within the footprint of the new building and will be removed. Now, this will significantly alter the character of the area, as well as reduce the natural greenery that defines our neighborhood. I believe that this rezoning is inconsistent with preserving the character of mature and established neighborhoods like ours. The proposed building is a raised 2-story structure, which does not match the aesthetics of the single-story bungalow-style homes, which are hallmark of our neighborhood. And additionally, there are traffic safety concerns. Now, the current home faces south to 16th Avenue. The proposal will redirect the home to face west and places it on 17th Street, with 4 driveways along the west side of the property. The placement of the proposed driveways at a setback of 10.7 meters from the main road will impact northbound traffic turning from 16th Avenue onto 17th Street and will reduce visibility at the corner intersection, as well as increase activity from this proposed 4 double driveways. Additionally, as a 2-story structure, the change does present privacy concerns for neighboring properties, which face north and south, not the east and west direction of this proposed build. I would like to highlight concerns regarding overall parking along 17th Street South. At present, there is a low-density commercial property from 1402 to 1418 17th Street South. This property had previously requested a parking allowance to allow a 5th storefront to the building, and that has increased parking constraints along 17th Street. Additionally, the residents on the east corner of 14th Avenue and 17th Street has added a secondary suite, which is accessed from the 17th Street side of the building. And this is being utilized as an Airbnb with huge success. It is often rented by work crews with several vehicles and has also increased parking demands along 17th Street. The proposed redevelopment does reduce available street parking in the area, with no street parking available in front of the new build, and will force any visitors to park in front of other homes, which are already impacted by these 2 other parking constraints. Now, I appreciate that the developing owners have recognized the congestion that waste disposal bins will create in the alleyway, and I do notice a waste bin center of 3 meters noted on the site plan. However, as Lethbridge has been proactive with its waste program, the city does participate in waste recycling and organic collection, and this bin center is simply not large enough to host the 12 waste bins that are required for a property of this size. It is a concern that 12 bins with an approximate width of 9.14 meters when set side by side will permanently line our alleyway. I would also like to highlight the impact on property values and community stability. Now, many of the residents, myself included, chose this neighborhood for their families, specifically because of its single-family zoning and the sense of community that provides. Now, changing the character of our neighborhood will not only affect the physical landscape, but it could also disrupt the fabric of our community and diminish home values for residents such as myself. This isn't about opposing growth. It's just about ensuring that any changes are done with consideration of the neighborhood and in a way that maintains the area for our existing residents. So I do urge you all to listen to the voices of the many neighbors who have strongly opposed this rezoning. Thank you for your time and for your service to our community and its residents.
Thank you, Ms. Otis. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to make a presentation on this matter? For a second time, is there any other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a third and final time, are there any other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Hearing no other presenters, it's now time for City Council to ask questions of the presenters. And I do have many in the queue, starting with Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Ms. Molesky, if I may start with you. So we've heard that there will be several infrastructure upgrades. They would be paid for by the applicant if this goes ahead. Would those improvements benefit the neighbors, or are they very site-specific to this property?
The site improvements are intended to maintain a level of service for everybody. So the goal is to ensure that the property itself has the right capacity and has the necessary upgrades like replacing water, sanitary, and stormwater services infrastructure so that no one is impacted negatively. So
Okay.
it's not to improve or decrease, it's to maintain the level of service.
So it would not, they would not have any other issues. I know we skipped around this, but is it not true that we currently have an abandoned condemned house sitting on this property that you could not have people move into at this time?
I'll let the applicant speak to the condition of the home.
I think the answer to your question is yes. It is condemned right now, and Alberta Health, or the Health Authority has a hold on that. So we haven't had anybody in it since the day we took possession back in January the 13th. Yeah.
And you may not be able to answer this, but talking to other people who live in the neighborhood, some I talked to last night, it was a drug house, let's be blunt.
Among other things, yes, that was
Okay.
one of them. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will step out of the queue right now. Mayor Higgin, I have more, but I see there's other people in there. Thank you for that. You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Middleton-Oak.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, both from the public as well as from the applicant. This is a question to Mr. Brown or Ms. Otis. Either one of you would like to answer it. If not this, what? If not this, the proposal, what?
You will, I am deaf in one ear, so
That's okay.
if I cover my ears, because I have to hear.
Yeah, so if not what?
Sorry?
If not this, what do you want?
What do I want?
Yes.
The open house said that the 4-unit townhouse was their last option. They proposed that they would redo the existing house, get it up to standard, to do that. If not, they would think about rebuilding a single dwelling unit at that open house. The last proposal was this 4-unit townhouse. That was going to be their last option.
Okay, so
I would prefer a single dwelling like that matches the neighborhood, right? Like it's aesthetically pleasing when you have matching houses. I don't like to see the townhouse, but the proposal that they sent at the open house was first they were going to try and renovate the existing property and rent it out. Then if they couldn't do that, they were going to do sounded like almost demolish and rebuild. The last option was this 4-unit townhouse would have to be rezoned.
Okay. Would you agree that this property has been used for illicit purposes?
Absolutely.
And that it is a problem to the neighborhood?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Ms. Otis, do you have any additional comments?
You asked what I would like to see happen. I've been in the property in question while it was for sale. So I know what the condition inside was like, and it wasn't unsalvageable. So I wouldn't mind for the developers to speak to why it was condemned first. I know that it was used for illicit purposes previously. I think that's a moot point, given that it has sold, so that's no longer a consideration. I would like to see it stay within its zoning. So whether that's a single family or whether that's a duplex that does match the other properties on the corners. I'm not trying to stop development. I don't like the idea of rezoning the neighborhood. It's zoned how it is for a purpose, as mentioned before. If I got to pick, if I could wish it away, it would be to stay single family or, as mentioned, a duplex structure and not a townhome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
The developer, just, we've been talking about when, you know, the holding the town meeting there, and they said, you said this is the fourth option. I mean, can we get to the genesis of what you got this and that's, yeah, sorry. No pun intended.
No, that's fine.
But
I think
that's
there was, there was a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure how this became the last option. We've considered a number of different options, obviously, and nothing is off the table. And when you're doing things like this, I don't think that would be the case.
So is there, is there a compromise possible?
We looked at different options, and from a financial standpoint, this made the most sense to us in terms of our cost inputs, infrastructure upgrades that we'd have to do, but primarily the fact that this had a health order, and it would be extensive to get this back refurbished and brought back online.
So
I think is there anything else to add to that, Julie? Yeah, I think that was.
I guess just what was you're representing someone, but just so what was the initial thought when, you know, the decision was made? I'm going to take over this whole.
I can speak to that, but we've lived in what they're calling row houses or townhouses, and we like the neighborhood community that it brought. The chance to increase density as opposed to what they call the sprawl, and getting away from that. I think that's what really drove us, is to develop that sense of a different community within the existing community. And that's what brought about the development and a passion project, which I brought about in the initial comments, was that Julie's had her thought process after living in a townhouse community of what I would classify more closely to row housing, but it still had a fantastic community. And I don't think you can take away from that.
The other thing that people are talking about is the value of the houses around. I mean, how does that, do you feel that it impacts the value of property in the area?
We feel in a positive way.
Right.
That this would, especially with what we're targeting, we don't want to get into a situation where we're building lower income homes that would present that rental opportunity and just a continuation of the problems that happened at this property. I think that this really targets what this city needs. And one point I really want to bring up, and I kind of steered away from it, but the real estate market in Lethbridge is very hotly contested. And I think that this brings a better option to the table in terms of the problems that buyers have when you get into the current real estate market that exists in Lethbridge.
One final question, Mr. Mayor. I just, because it was interesting, I was seeing your photos, and I loved the bin row that you had there.
Yes.
But then I said, well, that's a green one and a blue one, but we do have a third one. So to their point, saying, are you going to be able to get 12 bins?
Yeah, I'm not sure how that got onto that. And some of these things are just proposals. And of course, these are drafts that you're working from. We would be accommodating all 12 bins in that, in the infrastructure that would exist along. So that would be on the north side of the property in the alleyway there.
Okay.
Yeah, we wouldn't just be shorting it to the black bins or the blue bins. It would be for black, blue, and green.
I guess this is the whole point. Is we are doing rezoning, but it was interesting anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do you want me to stay?
Thank you.
Can I?
Yeah, you're good for now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You may be asked up to come up again, Mr. McLeod, but for now, Councillor Crowson, I'm going to entertain a question from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. She hasn't had one yet, so go ahead, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. And Mr. McLeod, actually, if I could get you back up here, I do have another question for you. My apologies for that. That's all right. So just to fully understand, you said at the beginning, you're hoping with this development to attract home buyers. So these will be for sale?
Correct.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
for fee simple.
For
type.
resale, okay.
That's correct.
All right. Ms. Molesky, if I could ask. Thank you very much. So while this was covered in the presentation, could you please just outline for me? So this area is already zoned low-density residential, and we're proposing to rezone it direct control. If we turn this down, the low-density residential zoning would remain in place?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So why doesn't that current low-density residential zoning allow for the proposed development? And why does the zoning need to come to us?
That is because the maximum number of units currently allowed in the RL district is 2 units in the
Okay.
form of a duplex or a single attached dwelling with a secondary suite.
Okay, but the low-density residential could allow for a duplex?
That's correct, yes, as discretionary use, which means it's not guaranteed, but they would go through a process where the decision, if approved, could be appealed.
Okay, and when you say it would be at their discretion, it might not be townhouses, it might be 2 smaller homes or something like that. It's just 2 individual living units on that property?
We call it a 2-unit dwelling, so they do have to be attached.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. There is a process where they could apply for a separate primary dwelling, so they could be separated, but that's also a different process that is not guaranteed approval.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. And I will step out and come back with some other questions.
Thank you, Councillor Croson.
You may as well come back. Do you know the current density of the Agnes Davidson neighborhood?
I don't know the current density of the neighborhood, but I do know the density for the existing dwelling, which is 15 dwelling units per hectare.
Okay. If they were to put up a 2-unit dwelling, one of the concerns raised was the trees and the loss of grass. Could the 2-unit dwelling have just as big a footprint as the 4-unit dwelling?
That's correct,
So
yes.
they could knock down just as many trees and everything without having a rezoning?
That's correct, and same applies to building height.
And we do not have an ARP in Agnes Davidson. Do we have any idea when we might be looking at an ARP? I know that's down the road, but do we have any idea?
Definitely down the road.
No.
Yes.
So right now, there is no area plan or anything for here. It's site.
Correct.
And is there a neighborhood association in Agnes Davidson?
Not that the city knows of.
Okay. And then my last question here with this one, traffic concerns. I have friends who live on 16th Avenue, and certainly 16th Avenue has its own issues. Are there any traffic concerns with 17th Street that we're aware of from the city's perspective? Because that's where this project would be coming in and out of if approved.
So this was circulated to the Transportation Department. They did not identify any traffic flow or volume concern. They did require that the applicant set back the first driveway 8 meters from 16th Avenue. So that's an engineering standard, and they've actually set it back as per the site plans that you've been shown today to 10 meters. So they meet the one requirement in transportation put out.
So to try to make it easier for traffic there. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Thank you, Ms. Molesky. Councillor Croson asked most of my questions. If this was a no zoning change, we've heard a duplex, 2 dwellings could go up. Same height, same everything, likely a basement. They could be rented with the same amount of people and no changes. So I'm just wondering, the reason that I like this proposal is because it's direct control and it gives certainty. What is here is what is going, the only thing that's allowed. Under the current regulations, could a duplex go up with finished basement suites and rentals?
That's correct. The city does have a process for enforcing illegal secondary suites, which we would undertake if complaints were submitted.
But it could happen under the current zoning. The direct control says, no, this is exactly what you can and cannot do, correct?
The direct control zoning specifies 4 units, so it does not have any regulations for the interior floor plans.
Okay.
And so that's the limitation with this DC.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. So no one else in the queue did. Is it Councillor Crowson? You want me to come back? You're good? Councillor Schmidt-Rempel? All right. All right. Are there other, let me try this again. Is there any other questions from my colleagues? Okay. Yeah. All right. Hearing none, I now call this public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. Thank you. Next, I have bylaw 6487 and 6472. So we're doing one presentation for both. 6472 is dependent on 6487. So I call the public hearing for bylaw 6487, amendment to the River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan, and bylaw 6472, land use bylaw amendment, Riverstone phases 18 and 19. In accordance with section 692(2) of the Municipal Government Act, there will be one presentation for both bylaws, as bylaw 6472 is dependent, as mentioned, upon bylaw 6487. The procedure for this will be, we'll begin by calling upon Mr. Boylan, Senior Community Planner, to provide background to the case, and anyone who wishes to speak to this will then be called upon. I'll then ask 3 times if there's anyone else that wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of the presenters. After that, the hearing will be closed and consideration of second and third reading may be made by City Council following the public hearing. So I now call on Mr. Boylan to provide the background to the case. Mr. Boylan.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. And as you said, this presentation involves two related amendments. The first, bylaw 6487, is a proposed amendment to the River Valley ARP. And the second, bylaw 6472, is a related land use bylaw amendment. And this is all to allow for development of Riverstone phases 18 and 19 to begin. So to start, the slide above lists the applicant and describes the purpose of the ARP amendment. Opportunity Lethbridge commissioned a geotechnical study to reestablish the position of the safe development setback line in relation to the developable area for these 2 phases. The RVARP boundary follows the setback line, so an amendment to the RVARP is needed. And the applicant is also able to answer questions about this, and they're here, just like the previous presentation. So the old safe development setback line is shown here on the dotted green line, and it's kind of faint. But if you follow the green laser pointer, it's this portion that goes around here. There's also a print off too on the agenda package. And the new setback line that was delineated by the latest geotechnical study is shown here as the red solid line, which is a little bit easier to see around the coulee draws on that. So the amendment to the River Valley's ARP boundary is to change maps 1, 9, and 10 in the ARP document. The amendment to the RVARP is needed in order to allow for the rezoning under bylaw 6487 to proceed, as the rezoning allows for this new safe development setback line and the RVARP boundaries as well. So the amendment follows what is laid out in the ARP for determining new development setbacks and the boundaries of the ARP and the amendment process that is to be followed. So now move on to the proposed rezoning, which will ensure that the areas above and below the new location of the safe development setback line are zoned appropriately. And the proposed amendment area is outlined in green as shown above. The site is currently undeveloped and is at the eastern extent of the Riverstone neighborhood, surrounded by the river valley on 3 different sides. To the south is the future planned right-of-way for Chinook Trail, and on the other side of this is the Canyons neighborhood. So here's a photo that, again, it was taken a few months ago. And the image is on the ground looking to the east across the site that will be Riverstone phases 18 and 19. near the intersection of Grand River Boulevard and Riverstone Boulevard. As you can see, the area is currently undeveloped at this time. So for existing versus the proposed land use districts, much of the area that is to be Riverstone phases 18 and 19 has been zoned for RL for a number of years. The portion that is on the tip is currently zoned as FUD. Today's rezoning will rezone a very small area that is now above the relocated development setback line from Valley to RL, and will rezone areas that are now below the setback line from RL and FUD to the Valley District. Once again, all this is consistent with the latest geotechnical study. And the portions to be rezoned RL will combine with the other existing RL areas to be developed as residential parcels. The portions that are to be open spaces above the setback line will also be rezoned as PR. So both the proposed ARP amendment and the rezoning are in line with the SSRP in regard to providing a mix of land uses, and especially maintaining public safety and the protection of property in regard to erosions and hazards. So the amendments are also in line with the MDP in regard to protecting natural spaces and to restrict development in the River Valley as well. So both the governing ASP and the outline plan have planned for low-density residential development and open spaces in the designated locations. And the developer conducted a historical resources impact assessment for the area and were granted clearance from the province under the Historical Resources Act earlier this year. No concerns from city staff were identified in our circulation for either the amendment to the ARP or to the rezoning. So for notification, letters were sent out to the 32 owners of the parcel shown on the green hatch series above. Ads appeared on the Herald, and this was also advertised on the city's website. I spoke to 2 members of the public that had questions if the changes to the RVARP could impact their property, but they lived far outside of the affected area. So in conclusion, both bylaws 6487 and 6472 are compliant with all existing statutory and approved plans for the area, and a recommendation is on the slide above here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boylan. Are there other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Are there any other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a third and final time, are there any other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Hearing no other presenters, it's now time for City Council to ask questions of the presenters. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Mr. Boylan, you said this is for public protection of property, protection of natural spaces. So I just need to clarify in my mind. We did this so that we can ensure that whatever we build or sell is perfectly safe on the land that we say we can build on, and to protect as much of the natural environment as possible. So in a nutshell, we're doing this for public safety and to be absolutely certain what we build on is suitable for building, and what's not suitable for building is valley and protected.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I needed to make sure was clear in my head.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Boylan, for the presentation. I don't know what number the slide is, page 8 perhaps. It talks about the existing versus proposed. So it talks about the future urban development, which is existing, going to a mix of valley and parks, correct?
Correct, yes.
So I'm just wondering why not just all valley, or is that bit on the east side that's sort of between the RL and between the proposed valley portion, is that going to be a manicured, irrigated?
I don't believe it is. I will defer to the developer, though, about that.
Okay, thank you, because what I'd like to know is that going to be, I know how dang expensive those things are to maintain. I'd rather just see it be valley. Mr. Laverty?
Thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Carlson. Yeah, no, we're not going to.
And so I guess I'm curious why we didn't just leave it as valley, that whole area is valley rather than parks, because then people sometimes have an expectation that it's going to have lawn and trees and a frisbee golf.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love frisbee golf, so don't get me wrong. But it's not going to be a developed.
At this point, no, that's not what was being considered. No.
Okay, is there a reason we didn't just leave it as valley?
Not 100% sure, sorry.
I've got nine people.
So the land use bylaw is very specific in regard to the Valley District.
Yeah.
It's for any area below the top of bank setback line. So a great big area in our city, that's the River Valley, that's all zoned valley. And then that refers to the RVRP instead. And there's different land use regulations within that document itself. But anything above it can't be valley. So PR is used for different open spaces like open natural spaces elsewhere too in the city as well.
Thank you. Now I seem to recall that. The top of bank cannot be valley. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
Councilor Palladino.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I was wondering on the opposite end of Councillor Carlson, why it isn't developed into 10 or 12 lots if it's above the safe setback line.
I can answer that myself. The outline plan that's been in place since 1999 has always showed that area to be open space before. Possibly the developer might be able to answer that, but that might be, or that could be well before his time as well too. It's been
yeah. It just seems to me that
it's been like that for a while.
Went through the expense of doing a setback line, and then you're just going to put a park out there.
Yeah.
You know, no buildings. So I thought it was kind of odd. Thank you.
Sure.
All right. I see we know oh my gosh. I see we have no further questions. Oh my goodness. Hearing none, I now call this public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. So we'll just take a quick 10-minute break to 4:15. We return at 4:15.
Too shy.
We're on break.
Can I get a mover for bylaw 6479? Melinda, Councillor Croson. Land use bylaw amendment to Watermark Phase 1, 4015 25th Street West and 4040 10th Street West, 277 Rocky Mountain Boulevard. Rocky Mountain Boulevard, 317, just made me run up and down these stairs. For second reading. Be it resolved that bylaw 6479, land use bylaw amendment, re-watermark Phase 1, and you've heard all of the descriptions, will be given second reading. Are there any questions? Would you like to open? Councillor Croson?
I know we all just heard the hearing. This is just some zoning changes around the school being there now and a few changes. Density stays about the same, not really many changes, and it doesn't really impact the neighbors. So I will call the question.
Question has been called. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed? For third reading?
Question.
Question has been called. All in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Oh, yeah, that's right. I did too.
I'll read it.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, we're playing a bit of musical chairs. Mayor is unavailable at the moment, and the deputy mayor is, or sorry, acting mayor Palladino is bringing this forward, but the deputy mayor is out of the province at the moment. So, moved by acting mayor Palladino, bylaw 6485, land use bylaw amendment re 1703 16th Avenue South. Second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6485, land use bylaw amendment re 1703 16th Avenue South be given a second reading. Any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, because we just had a lot of questions, I'll turn it over to acting mayor to open.
So this was bylaw number 64885, okay. The 16th Avenue, 17th Street. I was afraid that we were crossing into the development approval stage. As we heard, the rezoning application will allow for the development of a 4-unit townhouse, which is not allowed in the current zoning. The design of this proposal fits very well on a corner parcel, and it provides adequate parking for each unit. It is a good way of gradually moving towards densification in older areas of the city. We have also heard that this is supported by city planners and engineers. So I will be supporting this application and hope my colleagues will as well. Thank you.
Thank you, acting mayor. We do have some other debate. Councillor Parker, if I there.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carlson. These are always tough decisions as members of council because sometimes you're thinking you're going to pick a winner and you're going to pick a loser, and it's a tough one. And it's hard too when you have people who have invested money in the area and who've made very valid presentations today, and I want to thank you for that too. So as a member of council, you're always trying to find out, man, like you're weighing both sides of the issue, and I've been doing this for 27 years, and these are always the toughest decisions. You know, we do big commercial developments, we do all this, but when you have, I don't like to say neighbor versus neighbor, but you're trying to find some kind of solution, and as a city, you try to evolve and you change. And that's why we have direct control. It gives council an opportunity to look at the project in front of us, to see the validity of it, see how it would fit. And our job is to represent the community's values around the table. I saw something that looked nice. It looked nice. And I'm trying to think if I was in your shoes or a citizen's shoes and I lived in the area, I like to know what's going to happen versus the unknown. And if you look what was there before, well, this is kind of a big upgrade. Now, but your concerns regarding density and all that, we have the 4 off-street parking, some garage parking. I think it's going to be a good development. And I also feel good that there's going to be 4 separate titles that most likely these are going to be bought out. If I've been told correctly, they're going to be close to $450,000 each. So these are not, I don't want to say low end because there's no such thing as low end, but this is kind of on the upper end of rural housing. And I see this as a good project. I'm hoping, I know you're gonna be mad at me for voting this way, but I'm trying to listen to both sides. But I think at the end of the day, I think it's gonna be a positive development. And I know our development services look at all the pros and cons. You look at the South Saskatchewan planning and all that. But at the end of the day, I'm just trying to represent what the community would want there. And And if I remember when I first got elected, there was a development down the street called the Big House.
Yep.
And I remember all the controversy regarding the Big House. I was 23 years old and I go, what's this Big House? So you got to deal with the Big House. So I don't want to say, it's kind of ironic that's just down the street here, but at the end of the day, I'm going to support this. But I put a lot of validity in what you were saying here, and I'm hoping the developer heard your concerns, will address it, deliver on a lot of the things you were talking about in regards to the nice bins being covered and all that. So I'm going to take you at your word for it. So I will be supporting this, but I do understand the concern of the neighborhood of the unknown. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor Crowson.
Certainly, our homes and where we live are absolutely vital to us. You know, we want to have control. We want to make sure that we live in neighborhoods that are well-designed and have access, and we can know our neighbors. We also know we're in a housing crisis. And in a housing crisis, it's absolutely essential to build more houses. It comes down to supply and demand. And we're looking at a corner here where we have an empty house where we could get 4 houses on that same piece of land. And as my colleague said, I appreciate and understand the concerns. I appreciate and understand the worry about what will happen in the community, but I also appreciate and understand the number of people in our community who are desperately looking for housing, and how if we are going to have employment and jobs, we need housing in this community. And this is a small project which will add to that little neighborhood housing in that area, so that there are people to work in our jobs and there are people who can take on the jobs in our stores and everything else. The other thing we need to have is a range of housing options and a range of pricing options, and this provides different housing options. And as we've heard, they have thought about parking, they have thought about infrastructure, they have thought about design. The one thing I will hope we will never do is build ugly houses, build beautiful, nice houses. And as I said, build something a historian like me is fighting for 100 years from now. I liked what I saw, I like what we hopefully will see there, and I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. I don't see, Councillor Campbell, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair of what this is. No, I pretty much echo what Councillor Parker and Councillor Crowson said. It's always, you hear the passions on both sides, and I do feel the same kind of sympathy and empathy. One of the things that struck me when we're asking the developer about the townhouses, and he had expressed that had created a real nice community. And I know that the people who are there currently, that's their community. So I see an opportunity here to say, all right, let's accept this as our new community. And perhaps the compromise could be that you can all really get along and find out this is actually going to work. I understand your trepidation, but I do believe, considering what was there and what is being proposed, and I do love what's being proposed, that I will go along with this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. My queue is empty, so I'll turn it back over to Acting Mayor to close. Excellent. Excellent. Acting Mayor Palladino has called the question. Ready for the vote? All in favor? Are there any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. For third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6485 be given third reading and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Palladino, question has been called. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. And Mayor Hagan has wandered back into the room just in time to get me out of the chair. Nope. All right, we're moving on to bylaw 6487. This is the amendment to the River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan. This is tied to 6472. And so I'm not sure the order we should do them in, because if one fails, the other can't proceed. So does it matter? It does. It does. Which one am I doing first? 6472?
Mr. Sanchez, which one first? Sorry.
River. 6487, thank you. And this is moved by Councillor Croson, thank you. Be it resolved that bylaw 6487, amendment to the River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan, be given second reading. Councillor, first, any questions by my colleagues? Acting Mayor, your mic is still on. I just want to ensure that was for the last one. You're good? Thank you. Turn it over to Councillor Croson to open. Thank you.
As we heard in the hearing, we've got the most recent up-to-date about where the boundary is between the prairie level and the valley level. This will ensure anything that built there is safe and that the natural environment of the valley, et cetera, is protected as well. So while we are changing the River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan, it is being done in a very smart way with the most recent and up-to-date information, and I hope my colleagues will support this.
Any other
Call the
debate?
question.
If not, question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. And for a third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6487, amendment to the River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan, be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Croson.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor?
So I would like you to have to say Arvarp.
That too is unanimous.
Arvarp?
Thank you. All right. Do I have a mover for the 6472 Riverstone phase? Councillor Middleton Hope. Bylaw 6472, land use bylaw amendment, Riverstone phases 18 and 19 for a second reading. Be it resolved that bylaw 6472, land use bylaw amendment regarding Riverstone phases 18 and 19 be given second reading. Councillor Middleton Hope. Question has been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And for a third reading, Councillor Middleton Hope, be it resolved that bylaw 6472, land use bylaw amendment, Riverstone phases 18 and 19 be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Question's been called. All in favor? That too is unanimous. Thank you. And with that, thank you, Councillor Carlson. Motion to go in closed. All in favor? And we'll be enclosed. Ryan, just let us know when you're ready. That was painful. But yeah, I think we did too. I didn't know how, I don't want someone to expect that it's going to be parked, but it's. All right, thank you and welcome back to the April 29th council meeting. We have some closed meeting resolutions. The first one, 14.1 from Councillor Carlson. Be it resolved that council direct administration to release the report and documents accepting confidential attachment number 21, which is held under section 27 privilege legal of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act at the May 13th, 2025 meeting of City Council. And further be resolved, the City Council direct at the closed meeting discussions with respect to the Lethbridge District Exhibition release of confidential information update remain confidential pursuant to section 16, harmful to business interests of a third party, and 20, harmful to law enforcement, 27, privilege legal of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Councillor Carlson.
Mr. Mayor, I'll call for the vote unless there's any questions from my colleagues. Seeing none, I'll call the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And from Councillor Parker, land banking proposal from closed meeting. Be it resolved that City Council direct administration to proceed with confidential option 1. Further be resolved that City Council direct the closed meeting reports, documents, and discussions with respect to the land banking proposal remain confidential pursuant to section 23, local public body confidences, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. 14.2. You just printed a new one? Let me change that. Let go back. Councillor Carlson, be it resolved that Council direct administration to release the reports and documents accepting confidential. No, this is, we already. All right, from Councillor Parker, closed meeting land banking proposal. Be it resolved the City Council direct administration to proceed with the demolition and remediation of the land on the identified parcel of 714 7th Street South with funding for the demolition to come from Real Estate Holdings Reserve and return at a later date with options for redevelopment. And further be resolved that City Council direct that the closed meetings, reports, documents, and discussions with respect to the land banking proposal remain confidential pursuant to section 23, local public body confidences, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Councillor Parker.
I want to reflect back on when I wrote this. I'm just trying to make sure. This is encapsulate. I want to make sure this was encapsulating my thoughts. I call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? All right, that is unanimous. 14.3 from Councillor Crowson, public member appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. And Councillor Schmidt-Rempel is recusing herself for declared perceived conflict of interest. So be it resolved, the City Council appoint the following public member volunteers to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board, each term beginning immediately. Amanda Berg, a 2-year term expiring December 31st, 2026. Gary Roth, a 2-year term expiring December 31st, 2026. Reagan Lane, a 3-year term expiring December 31st, 2027. Further be resolved that council closed session reports, documents, and discussions pertaining to the public member appointments to boards, commissions, and committees remains confidential as per Section 17, harmful to public privacy, Section 19, confidential evaluations, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. And Councillor Crowson.
Everybody joining the Subdivision Development Appeal Board will go through a training provided by the province. We thank them very much for putting their names forward as volunteers, and I hope my colleagues will support this. Call the question.
Question been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous with the exception of Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, which declared a conflict. All right. Next, 14.4 from Councillor Middleton Hope, heavy industrial land and commercial land update. Be it resolved that council direct the removal of heavy industrial land and commercial land update from the status of directed resolutions, and further be resolved that the closed session document and discussions pertaining to the heavy industrial land and commercial land update remain confidential pursuant to sections 21 harmful to intergovernmental relations, 24 advice from officials, and 25 economic interests of the municipality of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Middleton Hope. Go ahead.
Just a correction in regards to remain confidential.
Yeah, and pursuant to, we should have after pursuant to section 21. So remove one of the remains and after pursuant to section 21. And add.
Now we can call the question.
All right, question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where are you running off to?